Welcome aboard, dear listener. Tonight on the Sleep Hours, we'll take a journey together on the midnight train as it glides through the quiet countryside. Outside your window, moonlight rests on the fields, villages glow softly in the distance, and the steady rhythm of the rails carries you further into calm. This story isn't about where the train is going, but about the peace of the journey itself. A world where rivers shimmer, forests whisper, and sleeping towns pass by like glowing dreams. So settle in. Let the gentle hum of the tracks soothe you, and allow yourself to drift with the train into a night of rest and wonder. The night is quiet. The kind of quiet that feels like the world is gently holding its breath. Above, the sky stretches wide and endless, sprinkled with stars that glimmer faintly like lanterns hung far, far away. Down on the ground, tucked in the heart of the countryside, sits a little train station. It's small and humble, a wooden platform, a bench that creaks if you sit on it, and a row of glowing lanterns casting golden halos across the worn planks. The air is cool, carrying with it the faint scent of earth and grass. Somewhere beyond the fields, crickets chirp steadily, their song blending with the soft whisper of the breeze. The countryside is still, except for the presence of one thing, the midnight train, waiting patiently on the tracks. It looks almost magical under the moonlight. Midnight blue carriages with polished edges. A tall chimney where a wisp of smoke curls upward and dissolves into the stars, and windows glowing softly from within, like golden eyes peering out into the dark. The engine rests with a faint hum, as though even it knows the hour calls for peace rather than speed. You step onto the platform. The wood is cool underfoot, and every sound seems magnified in the stillness, the faint tap of shoes, the distant rustle of leaves. The train door stands open, a quiet invitation to climb aboard. It doesn't rush you. It waits, steady, calm, like it knows this journey isn't about where you're going, but about how softly it will carry you there. As you enter, the air inside the carriage feels warmer, cozier, touched by the gentle glow of golden lamps fixed to the walls. Plush seats line either side, soft and inviting, with fabric that smells faintly of lavender and old wood. Curtains sway lightly against the windows, framing the silver glow of the countryside outside. The conductor isn't there to check tickets. In fact, there's no one else at all. The carriage belongs entirely to you, as if the train had been waiting just for this journey, just for this quiet ride through the sleeping world. The train gives a soft whistle, low, soothing, not sharp or startling. Then comes the first slow pull, a gentle lurch that isn't uncomfortable, but rocking, like being tucked into a cradle. The wheels begin to turn, finding their rhythm against the tracks. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. It's a sound that seems to echo inside your chest, steady and calming, syncing itself with your heartbeat. The station begins to drift away behind you, lantern lights shrinking into the distance, until all that remains is the rolling stretch of countryside and the wide, starry sky above. Through the window, the fields open up like a sea of silver, each blade of grass catching the moonlight in tiny, delicate reflections. In the distance, a farmhouse light glows faintly before fading from sight as the train moves on. You catch the flicker of fireflies near the tracks, tiny sparks drifting lazily in the cool night air, keeping pace with the train for just a moment before falling behind. Inside the carriage, the motion settles into its rhythm. A soft creak of wood here, the sigh of curtains there, all blending into the train's lullaby. It feels safe, unhurried, timeless. The countryside passes by, and with it, the weight of the day begins to slip away. Every breath comes easier, slower, as though the train itself is guiding you into rest. The moon follows overhead, silent and steady, casting silver light across the fields and onto the moving train. Stars shift in their places as though watching quietly. The journey has only just begun, and already the midnight train feels like more than a ride. It feels like a promise that for tonight, all you need to do is sit back, listen to the rhythm of the tracks, and let the countryside carry you gently toward sleep. The train moves deeper into the night, its rhythm steady as a heartbeat. Each turn of the wheels against the track is like a verse in a song you already know, one that calms you without asking anything in return. The countryside outside flows past in slow motion, fields stretching out in every direction, rippling gently under the pull of the breeze. The windows frame it all like a moving painting, silver strokes of moonlight and the deep blues of midnight weaving together into a scene too quiet to disturb. Inside the carriage, the glow of the lamps warms the air. Their light flickers slightly, never harsh, never sharp, just enough to soften the space, to make every corner feel welcoming. The seats seem to cradle you, sinking just enough beneath your weight, like they were designed not just for sitting, but for resting. The fabric carries a faint, soothing scent, as if years of lavender sachets or gentle oils have seeped into it, leaving behind a trace of calm. You glance at the empty seats around you, and they don't feel lonely. Instead, there's comfort in the emptiness. The train belongs to you tonight, and with it, the countryside, the stars, the silence. There's no rush of voices, no chatter of footsteps. Just the sound of the world outside gliding by, softened by the steady lull of the train. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The wheels drum a rhythm that feels ancient, like a heartbeat the earth itself has been carrying for as long as trains have traveled its surface. You notice how your own breathing begins to match it, slower now, deeper, falling into sync with the motion. Every exhale feels longer than the last, as though the train is teaching you how to let go. Beyond the window, the world rolls by in glimpses. A cluster of trees leans toward the tracks, branches swaying like they're waving to the train. Then they're gone, replaced by open fields dotted with hay bales that glow pale under the moonlight. A small pond glimmers in the distance, catching the reflection of the stars overhead, like the sky itself has dipped down to rest on the earth. Fireflies flicker again, this time in greater numbers, scattering little sparks that light up, fade, and return, like nature's lanterns guiding the way. The train whistle sounds again, long and low. Instead of being sharp, it stretches like a sigh across the night, carried on the wind and echoing into the fields. For a moment the sound lingers, then melts back into silence. You close your eyes briefly, and the rhythm of the train fills the space behind your eyelids. You don't see the countryside, you feel it. A soft, endless roll beneath your feet, carrying you into calm. When you open your eyes again, the moon has shifted slightly, rising higher in the sky. The train begins to pass over a small bridge, the sound changing subtly beneath you. The clickety-clack softens into a hollow echo, as if the tracks are singing a different verse of the lullaby. Beneath the bridge, a stream winds its way quietly through the countryside, the water catching the light like strands of silver thread laid carefully against the earth. The moment passes quickly, but it leaves behind an image that lingers, as though the water has etched itself in your memory. Back inside the carriage, you notice the way the curtains sway, brushing lightly against the glass with every gentle shake of the train. It feels almost like they're alive, breathing with the rhythm of the wheels, moving in time with your own slow breaths. The lamps above give everything a soft amber glow, creating little pools of light that stretched across the floor. Beyond their reach, the corners of the carriage are shadowy, not dark in a way that feels hidden or heavy, but dark in a way that feels restful, like a blanket pulled just enough to cover you. The journey continues with unhurried grace. There's no timetable, no announcement, no hurry to arrive. The train isn't about where you're going, it's about how gently it carries you through the world, how it lets you sit in this moment without asking for anything more. Each turn of the wheel seems to whisper, slow down, rest, drift. You lean against the window, feeling the faint vibration of the train against your skin. The glass is cool but not cold, a reminder of the night air outside. As your eyes follow the line of the track stretching ahead, you notice how the stars seem to lean down to meet them, as if the train is carrying you not just through the countryside, but toward the sky itself. The whistle sounds once more, softer this time, almost blending with the breeze. And as it fades, so too does the weight of the day, carried off into the night by the midnight train. The tracks stretch on endlessly, a silver thread weaving through the quiet countryside. The train's steady hum fills the night air, not loud, not sharp, but like a low lullaby rising from the earth itself. Every sound is softened, cushioned by the stillness that hangs over the land at midnight. Even the crickets, even the breeze seem to lower their voices as though they too are listening to the rhythm of the wheels. Inside the carriage, your body begins to melt into the seat, the fabric beneath you holding its warmth, the sway of the train cradling you with every curve and every stretch of track. The world beyond the window is there if you wish to watch it, but it's just as easy to close your eyes and let the rhythm paint the scene for you. In the dark behind your eyelids, you can almost feel the glow of the moon, see the silver outlines of the trees, sense the endless fields rolling quietly by. When you do open your eyes again, you catch sight of a small cluster of cottages, their windows glowing faintly against the horizon. Smoke rises in thin wisps from chimneys curling into the night air. For a moment, you imagine the families inside, tucked into bed, their own dreams carrying them far from the waking world. The cottages vanish quickly, swallowed by the distance, but the feeling they leave lingers, of warmth, of stillness, of the way night gathers people and holds them safe. The train doesn't hurry. Its pace is deliberate, steady, as though it knows there is no need to rush through such quiet beauty. A fox darts across the fields in the distance, its fur catching the moonlight before it disappears into tall grass. An owl glides silently overhead, wings spread wide, moving with such grace it almost doesn't disturb the air. The countryside at midnight is alive in its own gentle way, and the train carries you through it like a guest being shown the secret wonders of the night. The carriage itself feels more and more like a cocoon. Shadows deepen in the corners, not menacing but soft, folding into the golden glow of the lamps. The air inside is warm and scented faintly with old wood, like a cabin tucked away in the hills. Every little sound, the whisper of the curtains brushing glass, the faint groan of wood as the train sways, the hum of the engine up ahead, blends into a single soundscape, a tapestry of comfort that holds you close. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The rhythm is hypnotic, repeating without pause, each beat easing your mind further from the noise of the day. It becomes a pulse, steady and grounding, a reminder that you are safe, that you are carried, that you need do nothing but listen. The train seems to breathe with you, its motion rising and falling in time with the rise and fall of your chest. Outside, the countryside changes again. Now the fields give way to rolling hills, their curves softened by moonlight. The train glides smoothly along, weaving between them, the slopes rising and falling like gentle waves. A cluster of sheep dots one hillside, their pale shapes barely visible in the silver light. One lifts its head, watching the train for a moment, before lowering it again, returning to its quiet rest. The whistle blows once more, longer this time, stretching across the hills. It's a sound that doesn't disturb the night, but settles into it, as though the hills themselves have been waiting for it. The echo bounces softly back, fading into silence, leaving behind only the hum of the train and the chorus of nighttime creatures. As the hills drift behind, the land opens up again, the tracks running straight into a horizon, washed in starlight. You follow the line of the tracks with your eyes, watching them narrow until they vanish into the dark. For a moment, it feels as though the train is carrying you not just forward, but into the very heart of the night, deeper and deeper into its stillness. The lamps inside flicker faintly, not in warning, but in a rhythm of their own, as though echoing the beat of the tracks. Their light washes across the seats, across the floor, warming the space with every flicker. It's easy to imagine you're not on a train at all, but inside a dream carried on wheels, a dream that moves steadily through the dark countryside, never stopping, never faltering. The train sways again, gently, like the motion of a rocking chair, or the way waves carry a boat across calm water. Your eyelids grow heavier as the sound deepens in your ears. The clickety-clack blends with your breath, steady, slow, soothing. Each moment stretches into the next, unhurried, timeless, carrying you deeper into the promise of rest. The countryside, the stars, the train, all of it becomes a single rhythm, a single song, written only for the night and for the sleep waiting gently at its end. The train winds on, carrying you deeper into the countryside. The stars above seem endless now, a canvas of glittering specks painted across velvet black. Some shimmer brightly, steady and sure, while others flicker softly, like candles wavering in a breeze. It feels as if the train is traveling not across land, but through the sky itself, the rails a silver ribbon, binding earth to the heavens. The moon, high and glowing, watches over the journey, as light spills across the fields, turning them into seas of silver grass. Occasionally, the light catches on a stream that threads its way through the land, sparkling like melted stars. The reflections ripple and dance as the train glides past, as though the water is waving goodbye to the night. Inside, the warmth of the carriage deepens, wrapping you like a blanket. The hum of the engine is lower now, steady and deep, resonating in the wood and glass. It becomes a sound you don't just hear, but feel, thrumming softly through your bones. It's grounding, reassuring, a reminder that no matter how far into the night the train carries you, you are safe, cradled by its steady embrace. The seats hold you with gentle firmness, the cushions sinking only enough to remind you of their softness. Curtains sway in rhythm with the train, brushing the windows like whispers. The lamps glow faintly, their golden light pooling across the floor in slow waves, shifting each time the train leans gently into a curve. It is a world designed for comfort, for rest, for dreaming. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The rhythm never falters. You imagine it stretching behind you across the land you've already traveled, each beat left behind like footprints in the night. The thought is comforting. The journey unfolding steadily, each moment already carrying you further from the day, further into calm. You glance once more through the window and the sight outside has changed. The fields are dotted now with clusters of wildflowers, their colors hidden in the dark, but their shapes swaying gently into the breeze. The moonlight catches on their outlines, faint but present, as though the night has brushed the land with silver ink. The flowers bow as the train passes, their movement slow, graceful, like dancers acknowledging the rhythm of the wheels. Farther in the distance, you notice a windmill. Its tall silhouette stands against the sky, the arms turning lazily, creaking faintly in the night air. The train glides past it smoothly, the sound of the wheels and the hum of the engine blending with the rhythm of its turning blades. For a moment, the world feels like one great machine, the train, the windmill, the breeze, the stars, all moving together, each in their own rhythm, but somehow aligned. The train whistle calls again, soft and long. It feels less like a sound and more like a breath, a sigh released into the night. It travels across the fields, over the windmill, over the flowers, folding into the silence beyond. Nothing stirs in alarm. The foxes, the owls, the crickets, the sheep, all accept it as part of the night, a note added to the countryside's lullaby. Back inside, your head rests more heavily against the seat. The vibration of the train is subtle, rocking you with its ceaseless motion. Every sway and every turn draws you deeper into ease. The shadows in the corners of the carriage no longer feel like shadows at all, but like arms reaching to hold you steady. The warmth of the lamps grows softer, dimmer, inviting your eyes to close without pressure, without demand. You let them close for a moment, and the sounds become even more vivid. The clickety-clack is no longer just the wheels against the track. It is a drumbeat, slow and steady, repeating without pause. The hum of the engine deepens into a note that seems to vibrate in your chest. Even the curtain's whisper becomes part of the song, a faint brush like the turning of a page. When you open your eyes again, the world outside has shifted once more. You see a narrow dirt road running alongside the tracks, its pale outline glowing faintly in the moonlight. For a time it keeps pace with the train, stretching out into the distance before slowly curving away, disappearing into a cluster of trees. You imagine where it might lead, to a farmhouse perhaps, or a village tucked far into the hills. But the thought drifts away as quickly as the road does. The train stays true to its course, steady, unwavering, endless. You notice now the stars reflecting in the windows, ghostly and shimmering, as though the night sky has followed you inside the carriage. Their faint glow mixes with the warm lamplight, blending earth and sky until they are inseparable. For a moment, you feel suspended, not quite on land, not quite in the heavens, but somewhere in between, carried by this midnight train that belongs to both. The rhythm continues, the night deepens, and with it, the promise of the journey grows stronger. Not a journey of places or distances, but a journey into peace, into rest, into sleep. The night wraps itself more closely around the train now, soft and endless. The world outside is a tapestry of silver and shadow, stitched together by the steady rhythm of the tracks. Each turn of the wheels is like a lullaby, repeating, carrying you farther into calm. The whistle sighs once more, fading into the dark. The fields, the cottages, the streams, they have all fallen behind. But the sense of them lingers as though the countryside has left its peace with you as a gift. Inside the carriage, the glow is dimmer, gentler. The lamps hum faintly, their warmth spilling across the seats in golden pools. Curtains brush lightly against the glass, and in their rhythm, you hear the heartbeat of the night. The motion rocks you as though the train is not just carrying you through the land, but tucking you deeper into rest. The departure is over now. The station, the waiting, the first pull into the night. They are behind you. Ahead lies only the countryside, quiet and endless, and the promise of dreams waiting just beyond the horizon. train presses onward, leaving behind the station and the first stretches of land. Now the countryside begins to open wider, like a great canvas unfurling under the moonlight. The fields stretch as far as the eye can see, vast oceans of tall grass, swaying in the midnight breeze. The motion is slow, deliberate, the blades shimmering silver as though painted by the hand of the moon herself. The rhythm of the train deepens, more settled now. It is no longer the start of a journey, no longer the cautious pull of departure. This is the rhythm of steady travel, a heartbeat that promises you could ride it forever, and the world would always flow gently past. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. The wheels sing against the tracks, a steady percussion softened by the night air. From your window, you watch the glow of fireflies rising out of the tall grass, their little bodies lighting up in unison, drifting lazily across the fields. They blink on and off, like tiny lanterns keeping pace with the train. Sometimes they cluster together, forming little constellations in the grass, reflections of the stars overhead. Sometimes they scatter, floating off into the darkness until they vanish from sight. The countryside is quiet, but not empty. The breeze carries the smell of wildflowers, faint and sweet, drifting in through the window with each soft gust. Crickets continue their steady song, joined now by the faint croak of frogs near some unseen pond. Their voices rise and fall like a chorus that follows the train, a melody to accompany the drumbeat of the wheels. Inside the carriage, the warmth holds steady. The lamps cast golden pools of light across the floor. The curtains sway gently, and the air feels like it has grown thicker with comfort. The vibration of the train is constant, soothing, a reminder of its steady progress. Every sound, the hum of the engine, the groan of wood, the whisper of fabric, blends into the rhythm of the journey, weaving a lullaby around you. Through the glass, the fields ripple like water. Patches of wildflowers lean toward the tracks, nodding their heavy heads as the train passes. A distant line of trees frames the horizon, their dark silhouettes stark against the glowing sky. Above them, the stars glitter with renewed brightness, each one a pinprick of light in the endless black. The moon rides higher now, pale and luminous, its glow spilling freely across the land. The whistle calls again, long and low. It drifts across the fields, not sharp or urgent, but stretched into something soft, almost mournful, like a sigh. It feels less like a warning and more like a song, a note added to the countryside's midnight chorus. The fields accept it without disturbance, the grass continuing its gentle sway, the fireflies continuing their dance. You lean closer to the window, resting your head against the glass. The cool surface is refreshing, grounding, a contrast to the warmth inside. Your breath fogs faintly on the glass, a soft mist that fades just as quickly as it appears. Through it, the landscape becomes blurred, dreamy, as though the fields themselves are part of a vision meant only for you. The train glides smoothly over a rise, and suddenly the land ahead drops into a wide valley. From your seat, the view expands until it feels like the world has doubled in size. The valley stretches endlessly, filled with fields, ponds, and winding dirt paths that gleam faintly under the moonlight. A river glimmers, winding through the valley like a silver snake, reflecting starlight on its calm surface. The train curves gently around the hillside, giving you the perfect vantage to watch it all. Everywhere the land is alive with subtle movement. Frogs plop into the water near the riverbank. A cluster of rabbits darts from one patch of grass to another, their shapes quick and fleeting in the moonlight. An owl swoops low over the fields, its wings spread wide, before disappearing into the trees at the edge of the valley. These moments flicker by, brief and soft, leaving behind a sense that you are not alone on this journey. The countryside is awake in its own quiet way, traveling with you. The train settles back into its rhythm, steady and unbroken. The valley fades into the distance, replaced once again by open fields. The fireflies return, their glow scattered like sparks trailing the train. Each blink of light feels like a star that has drifted down to earth, only to lift away again. You imagine that if you open the window wide enough, one might drift inside, bringing the glow of the fields into the carriage itself. The air grows cooler as the train moves on. The breeze carries with it the scent of damp earth, the freshness of dew settling on the grass. You take a slow, deep breath, and the scent fills you with calm, grounding you deeper in the moment. The rhythm of the train blends with the chorus of the night, and together they guide you into a state of ease so deep it feels timeless. The train glides smoothly, its wheels singing softly as they meet the tracks, a constant rhythm that cradles you deeper into comfort. Beyond the window, the fields stretch out like a dream without edges, endless and serene. The grass sways in slow motion, bending toward the train as if in greeting, before drifting back in the breeze. You can almost imagine the land breathing along with you, a quiet exchange between traveler and countryside. The moonlight reveals more than fields now. Ahead, clusters of haystacks sit scattered across the land, like little golden mounds, their outlines softened by the glow of the night sky. Some are perfectly round, stacked with care, while others lean ever so slightly as though bowing to the passing train. Beyond them, wooden fences mark the edges of farms, their posts casting thin shadows on the ground. Chickens sleep huddled in coops, and here and there a lantern flickers in a farmer's window, the faint sign of life within a quiet home. The train whistles gently, its voice carrying across the sleeping land. In one of the farmhouses, a dog lifts its head and gives a single bark before settling back into slumber. A barn owl perched on a fence post tilts its head toward the sound, unbothered, before spreading its wings and gliding silently into the dark. The countryside accepts the train's presence with grace, as though it has always been part of the night. You notice how the stars above seem sharper now, brighter against the deep velvet of the sky. They stretch in bands, glittering in such number that it feels as though the whole universe is watching your journey. The Milky Way arcs above the train like a river of light, a mirror to the winding river that flows through the fields below. For a moment, you lose yourself in the sense of connection. Sky and earth, stars and fireflies, all glowing together in a perfect rhythm. The train begins to slow, though not for a stop. It eases its pace as it climbs a small incline, the wheels humming louder as though putting in a little extra effort. From your window, you catch sight of a stone bridge ahead, arching gracefully over a stream. The moonlight paints the water silver, rippling with every movement, reflecting the train as it crosses. For just a few moments you are gliding over a ribbon of light, as though suspended between the stars above and the stars below. On the far side of the bridge, the land opens again, but now the fields are dotted with patches of wildflowers. Even in the dim light, their colors peek through. The pale faces of daisies, the soft glow of night-blooming jasmine, the faint outline of tall lavender swaying in the breeze. Their scent drifts faintly into the air, carried on the night wind, a natural perfume that lingers in your senses and makes the journey feel almost enchanted. Inside the carriage, the sway of the train grows gentler, slower, as though matching the softness of the fields outside. The curtains rustle lightly, brushing against the frame of the window, keeping time with the motion. The lamps hum quietly, their glow steady but dim, creating pools of warmth where the light touches. The shadows deepen in the corners, but they are not dark or frightening, only soft, like folds of a blanket wrapping around the carriage. A fellow passenger shifts slightly in their seat across the aisle, adjusting a pillow beneath their head before drifting back into stillness. Their slow breathing blends seamlessly with the rhythm of the train, just another note in the night's symphony. Everyone aboard seems to share the same unspoken understanding. This is not a journey to be hurried, but one to be savored. Each moment a chance to sink deeper into calm. The fields roll on, but never become monotonous. Each bend in the track reveals something new. A wooden windmill standing tall against the horizon, its arms still in the lack of breeze. A scarecrow standing guard over a patch of crops, its straw-filled arms raised as though waving to the train. A narrow dirt road curving into the distance, its surface glowing faintly in the moonlight. Each detail feels like a gentle secret revealed only to those awake to witness the passage of the train. The soundscape of the countryside deepens as well. The crickets remain constant, but now the soft hoot of owls joins them, echoing faintly from the tree line. Occasionally, a fox calls out with a sharp cry, answered by the faint rustle of leaves. These sounds come and go, never loud or startling, but weaving seamlessly into the rhythm of the night. Each note feels like a thread added to the great quilt of sound that wraps around the train. As the journey continues, the train dips once more into a wide expanse of fields. Here the grass grows taller, brushing against the edges of the tracks. The fireflies return in greater numbers, swirling together in clouds that pulse with light. They move with surprising coordination, their glow rising and falling in waves, as though they are breathing together in time with the train. Watching them feels hypnotic, each pulse drawing you further into their rhythm, until you cannot tell if the fireflies are keeping time with the train or the train with them. The night feels endless, but in the gentlest way possible, as though there is no rush to reach the dawn. The train glides, the fields sway, the stars shimmer, and time itself seems to stretch, slowing until all that exists is the present moment, the perfect, unbroken flow of night and journey. The train curves gently, following the contours of the land as though it knows every hill and bend by heart. The countryside stretches endlessly, yet it never feels repetitive. Each new turn brings a fresh detail, a quiet discovery waiting just beyond the glass. Now the fields are broken by orchards, rows of trees standing in perfect lines, their branches heavy with fruit that glints faintly in the moonlight. Apples hang like pale lanterns, their skins reflecting soft silver as the train slips by. Some of the fruit has fallen, resting gently on the ground, and you can almost picture deer wandering through the orchard once the train is gone, pausing to nibble on these sweet offerings. The scent of blossoms still lingers faintly in the air, carried on the breeze, mingling with the earthy perfume of the grass. Past the orchards, the land becomes more open again, rolling gently with low hills. Sheep graze quietly under the watch of a shepherd's hut, though most are curled together in the sleep, white dots against the darker earth. Their stillness is calming, like clouds at rest upon the ground. The shepherd's hut itself glows faintly with firelight, its chimney sending a thin ribbon of smoke into the sky, barely visible under the moon. The sight lingers in your mind long after the train has passed, a reminder of warmth and safety in the vast openness of the night. The wheels hum on, their steady rhythm now so familiar it feels like part of your own breath. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. You begin to sense the journey less as movement and more as immersion. the countryside flowing into you as much as you are moving through it. At one bend, the train passes a pond so still it mirrors the sky. The reflection of the stars ripples only when a fish breaks the surface or a frog leaps from the edge. For an instant, it looks as though the train is gliding between two skies, one above and one below, and you are caught in the quiet center of infinity. The moon hangs at the heart of it all, casting its glow so clearly that it seems the pond might swallow it whole. Inside the carriage, the air feels softer than before. The vibrations of the train sink deeper into the seats, into the wooden panels, into your very bones, until it seems the whole world is vibrating in harmony with you. A gentle creak here, a faint hum there. These small sounds build the texture of the journey. Nothing is loud, nothing is sudden. It is as though the train itself understands the language of rest, speaking only in tones designed to soothe. Beyond the glass, the countryside shifts again. A meadow stretches wide. Its grass is tall and speckled with wildflowers. Even at night, their faint outlines are visible. Clusters of pale petals that sway like tiny lanterns in the breeze. Here the fireflies return, more numerous than ever. They weave through the flowers in glowing spirals, their lights rising and falling in graceful arcs. For a while, it feels as though the meadow itself is alive with stars, a secret galaxy laid gently upon the earth. The train moves slower through this stretch, its whistle low and soft. It doesn't rush the meadow, doesn't disturb its silence. Instead, it seems to glide as if bowing respectfully, allowing you the chance to take in the stillness, the quiet beauty of this place. The wheels roll softly, like a heartbeat slowed to perfect calm. As you watch, a family of deer emerges at the edge of the meadow. Their shapes are elegant, almost spectral in the moonlight. Their movements so quiet, they might be part of the dream itself. The mother pauses, lifting her head toward the train, ears pricked, eyes shining like jewels in the darkness. Then, reassured by the gentle rhythm of the night, she lowers her head again and continues grazing, her fawns darting and playing around her legs. The moment is fleeting, but it leaves a glow in your heart as though the meadow has shared one of its secrets with you. The train presses on, and the meadow fades into distance, replaced once again by fields rolling gently beneath the stars. The rhythm of the journey holds steady, timeless. The night air grows cooler, but not sharp, only refreshing, like the breath of a calm river. It drifts through the window, carrying with it the faint scents of lavender, wild mint, and earth, weaving around you like an invisible blanket. Slowly you begin to lose track of where you are along the journey. The fields, the orchards, the meadows, they blend into one another, not as separate places, but as a continuous dreamscape flowing endlessly past. The stars remain your constant companions, watching with their eternal patience, their light unchanged. The moon, now high and bright, bathes everything in silver clarity, and the train, steady and true, carries you deeper into this dream without end, each mile another step into rest. The countryside keeps offering its wonders as though the train has been entrusted with a secret path through the heart of the night. With each bend of the track, the view shifts gently, like the turning of pages in a book written in starlight. Now the land dips low into another valley, this one deeper and more secluded. The train slides down the incline, its wheels humming more softly than before, as though respecting the stillness below. At the center of the valley lies a lake, vast and smooth as glass. The moon stretches across it in full reflection, so clear that it looks like a second sky has been laid upon the water. The stars shimmer there too, scattered like diamonds tossed across a dark silk cloth. The train passes close enough that you can see the faint ripples trailing behind a pair of swans gliding near the shore. Their white forms glow faintly in the moonlight, serene and unbothered by the quiet thunder of the train. Further out, a fish leaps, sending a splash that disturbs the reflected stars for just a moment before settling again. The lake is both alive and still, a mirror and a world of its own. As the tracks curve along the valley's edge, you glimpse cottages tucked beneath the trees. Smoke drifts lazily from a chimney here and there, evidence of late-night fire still burning. Curtains sway gently in open windows, catching the breeze. A dog dozes on a porch, lifting its head only briefly at the sound of the passing train before curling back into sleep. The scene is so peaceful it feels timeless, like a painting that has come alive just for this moment. The train climbs again, leaving the valley below. The climb is steady, the engines hum a little stronger now, and the vibrations a little deeper. You feel the pull of the hill in your bones, yet even this effort is soothing, the sound layered into the symphony of the night. At the top of the rise, the world opens once more, revealing fields dotted with patches of woodland. The trees stand close together, their crowns swaying gently in the breeze. Between them, shadows stretch like ribbons across the ground, their shapes long and shifting in the moonlight. In one clearing, a fox darts across the grass, its tail flashing like a brush of flame. In another, a herd of wild horses grazes, their heads lifting as the train passes. Their eyes catch the light, glimmering briefly before they bow again to the grass. These moments arrive like whispers, short, fleeting, but powerful in their quiet beauty. The sound of the train seems to merge with the landscape now, no longer something apart from it. The wheels echo the beat of the earth. The whistle, when it calls, sounds less like metal and more like the sigh of the valley itself. The countryside accepts the train not as an intruder, but as part of its nocturnal rhythm, part of the great lullaby that fills the air. The fields change once more. Wheat now stretches in every direction, tall and golden, even under the silver of the moon. The stalks sway in perfect unison, rising and falling like waves in a calm sea. As the wind ripples across them, they seem to whisper, their soft rustle joining the harmony of the night. You watch as owls sweep low over the wheat, silent and graceful, their wings wide and pale against the dark. They vanish into the fields only to reappear moments later, circling with unhurried ease. Inside the carriage, the lamps flicker briefly before steadying again, their glow as soft as candlelight. The shadows move across the floor with the sway of the train, not harsh but gentle, like the rocking motion of a cradle. Curtains continue to stir faintly, their rhythm perfectly in tune with the heartbeat of the wheels. Everything feels aligned, the train, the land, the night, even your own breath, all flowing together as though woven into the same fabric. Beyond the fields, a line of hills rises in the distance, dark shapes against the sky. The train begins to turn toward them, following a track that hugs their base. As you draw nearer, you see the silhouettes of pine trees standing tall along the slopes, their spires reaching upward like silent guardians of the night. The air shifts as the train enters their shadow, cooler, sharper, filled with the faint scent of pine needles and resin. The forest edge hums with life. Crickets grow louder here, their chorus layered and complex. Somewhere deeper within, the cry of a night bird echoes, haunting yet soothing. You can almost imagine the deer, foxes, and owls hidden between the trunks, watching silently as the train passes. For a moment, it feels as though you've slipped into another world, one older and more mysterious than the open fields. The train curves again, leaving the pines behind and emerging into another patch of farmland. A windmill turns lazily in the breeze, its blades casting shadows across the ground. The farmhouse nearby glows faintly with the golden warmth of lamplight. A cat curls on the windowsill, its eyes glimmering briefly before closing again. The farm is still content, wrapped in the same blanket of peace that covers the land. The night continues, soft and endless, each detail another thread in the tapestry of the journey. The fields, the lakes, the forests. They flow together seamlessly, as though the train is guiding you not through land, but through the dream of the earth itself. The train continues steadily, rocking you deeper into the embrace of the night. Every sound, the soft hum of the wheels, the whisper of the grass, the distant calls of owls, works together like instruments in a lullaby written just for this journey. The world outside is vast, yet it feels intimate, as though the countryside itself leans close to share its quiet secrets with you. The moon now hangs high, bathing the land in silver. Fields and forests pass in a gentle blur, each one leaving behind a memory, each one adding to the calm that grows within. The fireflies appear once more, blinking faintly in the distance, tiny reminders that even in the deepest night, warmth and light are always near. Inside, the carriage is still, the golden glow of the lamps wrapping the space in comfort. The sway of the train rocks you as though into a cradle, carrying you not just forward through the land, but inward toward rest. The fields are behind you now, yet their peace lingers, tucked into your heart like a gift. Ahead lies the quiet riverside, where the journey will drift into its next dream. The train glides smoothly into a new landscape, the steady rhythm of its wheels unchanged, but the view beyond the window shifting once again. The fields grow thinner, replaced by the glimmer of water winding through the land. The river appears first as a faint shimmer in the distance, then widens into a silver ribbon that runs alongside the tracks. It flows with a calm grace, its surface mirroring the moon and stars as though it holds the night sky within itself. The train curves to follow the river's path, its whistle low and soft, almost reverent. The sound drifts across the water, echoing faintly against the distant banks. The river accepts it, carrying the note downstream like a lullaby for everything it touches. For a while, it feels as though the train and the river are companions on this midnight journey, side by side, each keeping its own rhythm, yet moving as one. You rest your head lightly against the window, watching the play of light on the water. Every ripple glimmers, every wave a brushstroke of silver on a canvas of black. Reflections shimmer with each bend, clusters of stars caught in the current. The moon stretching and swaying as the river flows. Sometimes, the surface is so still that it seems like a mirror to another world, a quiet realm where the stars drift just below your reach. On the far bank, willows lean toward the water, their long branches trailing across the surface. They sway gently in the breeze, brushing ripples across the reflection. Their movement is slow, dreamlike, as though they are stirring the river into slumber. Between their roots, frogs croak in steady rhythm, their voices rising and falling like a song that belongs only to the riverbank. The air changes here. It feels cooler, fresher, carrying the damp sweetness of water and earth. Each breath you take feels like a sip of the river itself, grounding and soothing, as if the land is offering you rest through the very air. The scents mingle, the soft musk of moss, the faint perfume of wildflowers growing along the banks, the crisp freshness of water flowing endlessly on. The train hums steadily, its wheels keeping their gentle time. The carriage sways just enough to remind you of the motion, like the rocking of a boat gliding through calm waters. Lamps continue to cast their golden glow inside, their light spilling across the seats and onto the floor. Curtains stir softly, moving in time with the faint drafts that carry in the scent of the river. The warmth of the interior feels like a cocoon, safe and constant, while outside the world flows endlessly by. You catch sight of wildlife stirred gently by the passing train. A heron stands tall in the shallows, perfectly still until it suddenly takes flight, wings spreading wide and pale against the dark. It glides across the water, disappearing into the trees with a grace so fluid it feels like part of the river's own current. A family of ducks floats downstream, their shapes small against the silver flow. They paddle calmly, unhurried, as though the night has slowed even their movements. Further along, a small village appears at the edge of the riverbank. The houses are tucked close together, their rooftops dark, but their windows glowing faintly with the golden light. Lanterns hang on porches, casting reflections across the water, as though stars have drifted down to rest along the shore. You can almost hear the quiet laughter or whispers inside, though the village itself is hushed, wrapped in the peace of midnight. The train rolls softly past, its whistle a low greeting, answered only by the river's steady murmur. Beyond the village, the land grows quieter again. The river widens, curving gently away and back, sometimes close enough to touch, other times drifting into the distance. Its voice remains, a constant murmur that mingles with the hum of the wheels. Together they weave a song of motion and calm, a reminder that, even in stillness, the world moves gently onward. As you lean back, eyes half closed, you feel the rhythm of the train and the river merge. The flow of water, the click of wheels, the sigh of wind, they become indistinguishable, one great harmony carrying you forward. The night is vast, but the journey makes it feel intimate, as though you and the river share a quiet secret no one else can hear. The river seems endless now, stretching alongside the tracks as though determined to keep pace with the train. Its surface glimmers with every bend of the moonlight, and you find yourself mesmerized by the way it flows, sometimes calm and mirror-like, sometimes rippling with hidden currents. The sound of it, soft and steady, mingles with the hum of the train until it feels impossible to separate one from the other. Train and river, metal and water joined in the same gentle lullaby. The banks shift as the journey continues. In some places the shore is wide and sandy, dotted with reeds that bend and whisper with the breeze. In others the land rises into rocky edges, their dark shapes looming over the water like silent guardians. Moss glows faintly on the stones, catching stray beams of moonlight, giving them a soft shimmer. Between the rocks, little streams trickle down to join the river, their voices high and playful compared to the deep, steady tone of the main current. A bridge appears ahead, stretching across the river in a graceful arch. The train slows slightly as it approaches, its whistle low and drawn out, echoing across the water like a call to the night itself. As the train glides onto the bridge, the view expands. You are suspended between two worlds, sky above and water below, both glittering with the same scattered stars. For a few breaths, it feels as though the train itself floats in space, gliding across the boundary between earth and sky. Beneath the bridge, the river churns with a little more energy, stirred by the stone pillars that rise from its depths. You watch as eddies swirl, catching reflections of the lamps from the train, scattering them into rippling patterns. Then the bridge is behind you, and the river returns to its steady flow, calm and endless, keeping time with the journey. On the far bank, Clusters of trees huddle together, their trunks rising dark against the sky. Between them, a glow flickers, the soft light of a campfire. You glimpse figures gathered around it, their forms blurred by distance, but unmistakable in their stillness. Perhaps they are travelers resting, perhaps villagers, perhaps just dreamers like yourself, watching the fire dance as the river flows by. The train does not disturb them. It passes silently, its hum merging with the night, until the fire is just another star fading into the distance. As the train rounds another bend, the river narrows, quickening its pace. Its voice becomes livelier, a soft, rushing sound that carries on the breeze. The air feels fresher here, touched by the spray of water tumbling over hidden stones. The scent of wet earth mingles with that freshness, grounding you as though each breath ties you more deeply to the land. You imagine dipping your hand into the river as it races by, the coolness soothing your skin, the current carrying your thoughts away like fallen leaves. The moon reflects differently now, stretched and scattered by the rippling surface. Its light becomes a dance of silver fragments, each one catching your eye before slipping back into the flow. It is beautiful in a way that is fleeting, impossible to hold. Like a dream you remember only in pieces when morning comes. Inside the carriage, the lamps flicker faintly, their glow warm against the cool silver light outside. Shadows sway across the seats, stretching and folding with the train's gentle motion. You notice how the wood along the carriage walls hums softly with each vibration, as though the very frame of the train is part of the music of the journey. A quiet cough, a shift of fabric, a sigh from another passenger. All of it blends into the stillness, tiny details that add to the texture of peace. The river widens again, flowing so close to the tracks that you feel as though the train skims its very edge. You see fish breaking the surface, chasing faint ripples that spread outward in rings. The splash is brief, the water swallowing it quickly, but the image lingers in your mind like a note added to the night's symphony. Then, as though to answer, a pair of swans drifts into view. They glide close together, their necks curved gracefully, white feathers glowing faintly in the moonlight. They move so slowly it is hard to tell if they are carried by the current or floating on still water. Their reflections shimmer, distorted but beautiful, doubling their presence in the silver expanse. For a moment it feels as though time itself has slowed to match their calm, every sound around you fading until only the swans remain, symbols of stillness moving through eternity. The train continues on, pulling you gently from the moment, carrying the swans into memory. Yet the calm they leave behind remains, settling into your chest like a soft weight, a reminder that even in motion, peace can be found. The river bends again, slipping away into the distance, then curving back, never straying far from your side. Its loyalty feels comforting, as though it has chosen to accompany the train for as long as the night allows. The train moves into a stretch where the river slows, spreading into a wide, mirror-like expanse. Here the water reflects everything, the sky, the stars, even the train itself, so clearly that it's almost impossible to tell where the earth ends and the heavens begin. For a moment, it feels as though you are gliding not across land, but through the sky itself, a vessel sailing between two galaxies, one above and one below. The reflections shift and shimmer as the wheels hum along the rails, creating an illusion that the stars themselves ripple with the rhythm of the train. Some passengers lean toward the windows, their faces softened by wonder, and though no words are exchanged, the shared silence feels like a bond, a quiet acknowledgement of the beauty outside. On the distant shore, the outline of a village emerges. Small cottages huddle together, the rooftops shining faintly with dew under the moonlight. A single lantern glows in the window of one house, casting a golden square onto the grass. You imagine the stories within, a family resting after a long day, or perhaps someone awake, reading softly by candlelight, the warmth of home spilling gently into the night. The train passes without a sound to disturb them, carrying you onward, leaving behind only a fleeting glimpse of that quiet life. As the tracks wind on, the river narrows once more, squeezing between gentle hills that rise on either side. Their slopes are soft and rolling, draped in grass that shines silver under the moon. Sheep graze quietly near the banks, their shapes barely visible, like small clouds resting on the earth. Occasionally, one lifts its head, ears twitching, but the train's approach is too gentle to startle them. They return to their grazing as if lulled by the same rhythm that cradles you. The hills give way to a stretch of woodland. Tall willows lean over the water, their branches trailing down like curtains, fingertips brushing the surface of the river. Each touch creates ripples that spread outward in widening circles, distorting the moonlight into shifting, liquid patterns. The effect is dreamlike, as though the trees themselves are painting on the water with every movement. The train rolls past, and for a moment, the world feels enclosed, cocooned within this quiet, living tunnel of trees and shadows. The air through this stretch smells fresher, tinged with the sweetness of leaves and the cool dampness of moss. You almost imagine the scent as drifting in through the windows, weaving itself into the carriage and mingling with the faint woody smell of polished floors. The passengers remain still, breathing in rhythm with the train, each one quietly caught in the enchantment of this riverside world. Farther along, the woodland opens to reveal a small waterfall tumbling into the river. The sight is fleeting but magical. Silver water cascading in graceful sheets, sparkling as it catches the moon. The sound is faint at first, a whisper that grows louder as the train draws near until it fills the air with a soothing rush. The waterfall seems to laugh gently as it joins the river, its energy balanced by the calm of the water downstream. Even as the train passes, the sound lingers in your ears, carried like a hidden melody that continues long after the falls vanish into the distance. The river bends once more, and now the view shifts to meadows along the bank. Wildflowers bloom in pale clusters, their shapes visible even in the moonlight, patches of white, soft blue, and faint purple swaying with the breeze. The meadow seems alive, breathing gently as the train rolls by. Fireflies hover above the grass, blinking in tiny bursts of light, as if the flowers themselves had found a way to glow. It's a fleeting but enchanting sight, the kind that feels etched into memory long after it fades from view. Inside the carriage, the warmth continues to wrap around you. The glow of the lamp seems softer now, as though aware of the magic outside and trying not to overpower it. Shadows shift gently along the walls, mirroring the movement of the train and creating the illusion of slow dancing figures. The steady rocking feels deeper here, almost hypnotic, encouraging your body to relax, to surrender fully to the rhythm of the rails. The river widens once again, spreading out into a calm pool where the current slows nearly to a halt. In this quiet stretch, the reflections are so clear they resemble a painted scene. Trees standing tall, stars sprinkled like jewels, the moon a perfect silver circle resting on the surface. The train seems to glide through the picture, a living brushstroke moving across the canvas of the night. Just beyond the pool, the water begins to move faster again, weaving through a series of bends. The sound of the river becomes more playful, bubbling and rushing as if laughing quietly to itself. The train hums alongside, keeping pace, the two companions locked in harmony. It feels as though the river has a personality of its own, sometimes calm, sometimes energetic, but always steady, always present, always guiding you forward through the night. As you lean into the rhythm, you notice how the world outside feels slower, yet more vivid. Every tree, every ripple, every shadow seems alive with meaning. The river is not just water, but a companion, a guide, whispering to you in a language older than words. The train presses on, and the river remains faithfully by its side, like an old friend unwilling to part. The night deepens, but rather than growing heavy, it feels lighter, more open, as though the river itself brightens the darkness with its endless silver glow. The stars scatter more densely now, mirrored on the water, so vividly that you feel surrounded by them, above, below, all around. It's as though the train has slipped into the very heart of the cosmos, guided not by rails, but by constellations woven into the current. The landscape widens here. Fields roll gently away from the riverbanks, dotted with lone oak trees that stretch their branches skyward in quiet majesty. Their shadows reach long across the grass, stretching toward the train as if to greet it. From time to time, a breeze ripples through the fields, bending the grasses in a wave that looks almost like the river's reflection carried onto the land. Train, river, field, they move as one, stitched together by the soft song of night. In the distance, a stone tower rises, half covered in ivy, its silhouette solemn against the starlit sky. Perhaps it is the remains of an old watchtower, or maybe just a forgotten farmhouse chimney. Either way, its presence stirs the imagination. You picture someone long ago standing there, watching the same river flow past, hearing the same lull of water and wind. For a moment, the centuries feel closer, the past blending gently with the present, as if time itself has become another passenger aboard the midnight train. The river narrows once again, winding into a canyon where the land rises sharply on either side. The rocks gleam faintly with moisture, their rough surfaces catching bits of moonlight. Ivy and ferns cling to their cracks, swaying lightly with the cool night air. The sound of the river here is louder, echoing off the stone walls in a hushed chorus that seems to surround the train. The carriage hums along steadily, wheels clattering like a heartbeat, a steady reminder that you are safe as the world tightens around you. At the canyon's end, the land opens suddenly, revealing a vast lake where the river spills out wide and unhurried. The view is breathtaking. The lake stretches farther than the eye can see, its surface shimmering with starlight. The moon floats perfectly upon it, whole and radiant, casting a wide silver path across the water. The train runs close to the shoreline, offering a view so expansive it feels almost endless. For a moment, you imagine the train itself might veer off the tracks and glide across the moonlit surface, sailing like a phantom ship over the water. Small islands dot the lake, their dark shapes softened by mist that clings low to the water. On one island, a cluster of pine trees stands tall, their pointed tops piercing the sky like silent watchmen. On another, the faint ruins of a stone wall lean stubbornly against time, half swallowed by moss and shadow. Each island seems to hold a story, a secret left to the quiet guardianship of the lake. The train glides by, a respectful observer, leaving the mysteries undisturbed. The mist thickens as the train hugs the lakeshore, wrapping the landscape in a veil of silver white. The lamps inside the carriage glow faintly brighter against it, their warmth comforting against the cool haze. Outside, the mist clings to the water in shifting drifts, sometimes parting to reveal the shimmering surface beneath, sometimes hiding it completely. The effect is dreamlike, as if the train has left the waking world and entered a place woven entirely of memory and dreams. As you watch, A pair of herons rises suddenly from the reeds, their wings stretching wide, pale feathers glowing ghost-like in the moonlight. They glide across the lake in near silence, their reflections doubling their presence on the misty water. They vanish into the distance as swiftly as they appeared, leaving behind only the faint ripple of wings against air. The train pushes on, its reflection now visible on the lake's surface, a ribbon of light and motion sliding across the still water. Each window glows like a lantern, and the entire carriage seems to float between worlds, half in the lake, half in the night sky. The image is fleeting, gone as quickly as the next bend in the track. But its impression lingers, a dream within a dream. Eventually, the river reclaims its path, flowing out from the far side of the lake and narrowing once again. The train follows faithfully, leaving behind the vast expanse and returning to the more intimate companionship of the winding current. The mist thins, the night clears, and the stars return in full brightness, welcoming you back with their steady light. Inside, the rhythm of the journey becomes more noticeable, rocking you gently, steadily, like the swaying of a hammock hung between trees. Every sound, the creak of the carriage, the sigh of the wind through the cracks, the hum of the rails, becomes part of a steady pulse that seems to slow your breathing, loosen your muscles, and lull your mind toward the edge of dreams. And still, the river runs alongside, a constant friend, promising to guide the way until the journey finds its quiet rest. The river softens again as the train rolls onward, its voice lowering to a quiet murmur that threads through the night like a lullaby. The moon, now high above, casts its silver crown upon the water, and every ripple seems to bow in return. The air is cooler, the stillness deeper, and the rhythm of the rails feels slower, gentler, as though the train itself has settled into a more peaceful pace. You lean into the soundscape, the whispers of trees, the shimmer of water, the endless hum of motion, and feel them wrap around you like a blanket. Each moment drifts seamlessly into the next, time dissolving until only the calm remains. The river has carried you through meadows, forests, and lakes, and now it feels less like a place outside the window and more like a companion that has quietly entered your dreams. The night feels infinite, yet safe. The river flows on. The train rolls forward, and you, cradled in their harmony, drift deeper into rest, ready for the next chapter of the journey. The train glides steadily out of the river's embrace and into a quieter stretch of countryside, where the land flattens and soft rolling fields give way to distant clusters of rooftops. The first town appears on the horizon like a gentle glow, warm lanterns flickering in windows, soft smoke curling from chimneys, the faint outline of streets winding together like threads in a quilt. As the train draws near, the lamps within the carriage seem to dim slightly, letting the golden glow of the town take center stage. You can almost imagine the lives unfolding behind each window, though at this hour most are resting, folded into their own dreams. Curtains stir faintly in the breeze from cracked windows, and shutters creak softly against the walls. The stillness of the town feels almost sacred, as though the night has pressed a hush over everything, ensuring the peace remains unbroken. The train slows slightly, its wheels clattering more gently now, respectful of the slumbering streets it passes. You glimpse a row of houses standing side by side, their rooftops glistening faintly with dew. A lantern sways on a corner post, casting a small circle of light that pools onto cobblestones below. The air smells faintly of wood smoke and bread, as though the day's warmth lingers even in the cool night. In one window, a child's toy rests on the sill, a little wooden horse, its shadow stretched long across the curtain behind it. In another, a cat curls in the glow of a lamp, its fur glistening with each rise and fall of breath. Life is present everywhere, though it is quiet, softened, tucked gently into the folds of the night. As the train passes through the outskirts, the tracks run parallel to a small street lined with shops. Their signs hang still in the night air. A bakery, a tailor, a bookshop with the curtains drawn. The windows are dark, but the details remain. Chalk lettering, faintly visible, on a board outside the bakery. Bolts of fabric waiting patiently in the tailor's front display. The bookshop's window shows a single open volume resting on a stand, its pages frozen in mid-turn as though waiting for someone to return. The station comes into view, though it too is quiet. A single lantern burns at the far end of the platform, casting a pool of light over empty benches. The station clock ticks steadily, its hands glinting silver in the glow, marking time for no one in particular. A stray dog dozes at the base of a pillar, ears twitching faintly, but it does not stir as the train rolls past. The station feels like a place suspended in time, not asleep, but listening, waiting. The tracks curve gently away, pulling you deeper into the town's heart. Narrow streets give way to a central square where a fountain rests, its water stilled by the chill of night. The moonlight touches the stone, making it glow faintly like frost. Around the square, taller buildings rise, a church with a bell tower, silent now but dignified. An inn with shutters closed and a faint warmth glowing from within. A row of homes where flowers sit on windowsills, their petals folded, shut until morning. The bell tower seems to lean slightly as the train glides by, its silhouette striking against the sky. You imagine its chime during the day, echoing across the square. But now it stands in reverent silence, a guardian of dreams for those who sleep beneath it. The quiet feels protective, as though the whole town has entrusted its rest to the stillness of the night. Past the square, the train begins to climb a gentle incline, carrying you above the rooftops. From this vantage, the town appears like a patchwork quilt of shadows and light. Lanterns dot the streets like golden stars, scattered between clusters of darkened roofs. A soft fog has begun to gather in the alleys, curling around corners and drifting lazily through empty streets. From above, it looks like the town is wrapped in silver threads, woven carefully by the night itself. Beyond this first town, the land stretches open once more. Fields roll outward, silver with dew, before folding into the outline of another town waiting in the distance. The journey continues, the train gliding from one pocket of life to the next, each town a resting place stitched into the vast countryside. The next town appears smaller, more rustic, its houses scattered loosely along a riverbank. Their chimneys puff faint trails of smoke that drift upward before dissolving into the night. A water wheel sits beside one home, still and quiet, its wooden frame glistening with moonlit droplets. Lanterns glow in fewer windows here, but the darkness feels just as full, alive with the unspoken warmth of lives resting behind closed doors. The tracks guide the train gently around the town's edge, so close that you catch glimpses of tiny gardens, patches of herbs, rows of vegetables, flowers sleeping in the cool air. A wooden fence leans slightly under the weight of ivy, and an old cart rests beside it, its wheels worn smooth by years of use. These small details, seen only in passing, create a sense of intimacy, as though you have stepped quietly into someone's dream. As the train curves gently past the gardens, you notice the way the moonlight gathers on rooftops, pooling like silver water across their slanted tiles. Each home seems touched by the same quiet blessing, every shadow softened, every edge rounded by the night. It feels like the whole town breathes together, one deep, peaceful rhythm, as though even in slumber the community shares a bond. The train hums steadily, never too loud, never intrusive. Its wheels seem to respect the silence, offering only a low, soothing accompaniment to the countryside's nighttime song. The closer you look, the more details emerge. Laundry lines strung between houses, shirts and linens swaying faintly in the cool breeze. A wooden swing tied to the branch of a tree, motionless now, but waiting for morning laughter. A lantern left on a porch, flickering as if guarding the night. The train soon leaves this riverside town, but before it disappears, you catch sight of a small chapel on the outskirts. Its whitewashed walls gleam faintly in the moonlight, and its narrow windows glow with a single candle flickering inside. The light is faint but steady, as though someone has chosen to keep vigil through the night. You imagine them sitting quietly, perhaps lost in thought or prayer, their presence keeping the town safe while others dream. The image lingers as the chapel fades into the distance, leaving you with a sense of quiet guardianship. The countryside stretches wide once again, with only scattered farmhouses breaking the horizon. Their barns stand like silent companions beside them. Tall doors shut tight against the chill. Some fields shimmer with rows of young crops. Others lie bare, their soil dark and rich, resting under the silver crown of the sky. Lanterns hang on fence posts, glowing dimly, their flames barely flickering, but enough to guide anyone who might wander through the fields at night. Then another town approaches, larger than the last, with its houses clustered more closely together. This one feels livelier somehow, even in its slumber. The streets twist and wend like rivers of stone, dotted with flickering lamps. A bridge crosses a narrow stream that winds through the center, and beneath it, water trickles quietly, adding its soft voice to the symphony of the night. The train slows slightly as it glides by, as though savoring the moment. Here the windows glow more often, though the light is muted, filtered through curtains. Perhaps families are still settling down, or perhaps late-night readers are lost in their books, unable to part from their stories. One window shows the faint silhouette of a person writing at a desk, head bent low. Another reveals the blurred shadow of a cat stretching lazily across a rug. These glimpses are fleeting, but they weave a sense of life into the stillness, a reminder that even in the quietest hours the world holds many layers of wakefulness and rest. The town square is smaller than the last, but filled with character. A stone well sits at its center, its rope coiled neatly, bucket resting at its side. Around it, small shops huddle close, a bakery with a sign shaped like a loaf of bread, a cobbler's with shoes lying neatly in the window, a little toy shop with tiny figurines displayed on the sill. Even though the shops are dark, they seem alive in their own way, filled with the quiet anticipation of morning, when shutters will open and voices will return. Past the square, the streets narrow again, winding upward toward a ridge. The train follows the slope, rising higher until rooftops fall away below. From this height, the whole town spreads beneath you like a map, its lamps and windows forming a constellation of golden lights stitched into the fabric of the earth. The sight is breathtaking, and for a moment you feel as though you are gazing at a reflection of the stars themselves, not above this time, but below. As the town falls away behind you, the train enters a tunnel carved into the ridge. For a brief moment, darkness surrounds the carriage, the only light coming from the lamps within. The sound of the wheels echoes against the stone walls, rhythmic and steady, like a heartbeat magnified. The darkness does not feel oppressive. It feels safe, like a warm blanket wrapped around you. Then, just as smoothly as it began, the tunnel releases you back into the open night. On the other side, another town lies waiting, this one nestled close to the base of the ridge. Its streets are quieter, its houses smaller, as though the town prefers to remain tucked away, undisturbed. A windmill rises on the far edge, its arms still against the stars. Beside it, a pond reflects the moon, the water so still it resembles a polished mirror. A wooden pier stretches into the pond, empty now, but carrying the faint suggestion of footsteps from earlier in the day. The train curves along the edge of the pond, its reflection glowing faintly on the surface. For a moment, the carriage seems doubled. One in the world above, one in the world below, both moving in perfect unison through the sleeping town. The image is fleeting but calming, as though you are reminded once more that every detail of the journey, no matter how small, contributes to the night's harmony. The pond fades slowly into the distance, and the train glides onward, following the gentle curve of the tracks. The land here feels softer, more intimate, as if the night itself has drawn closer. Small cottages dot the hillsides, each with its own glowing window like a star stitched into the fabric of the countryside. Some windows shine brightly, golden squares in the darkness, while others glow faintly, embers of light resting low in the quiet. Each one tells a silent story of lives folded into dreams. A narrow dirt road winds parallel to the tracks for a while, its path illuminated by the moon. Along it, a horse-drawn cart stands abandoned, its wheels resting unevenly in the grass. Perhaps it was left there until morning, the horse safely stabled, the work of the day complete. The sight feels timeless, as if it could belong to any century, the cart waiting patiently while the world sleeps around it. The train hums steadily on, and soon another cluster of buildings appears, smaller than a town, more like a hamlet. A single tavern stands at its center, its sign swaying gently in the breeze. A lantern glows at the door, casting a soft circle of light onto the dirt road. From within comes the faintest trace of sound, perhaps the last conversation of the night, a voice lowered so as not to break the spell of the sleeping village. Then it fades as the train passes, leaving only the memory of warmth behind. On the outskirts, a row of houses sits close to the tracks, their gardens spilling toward the rails. You glimpse neat rows of flowers, tiny fences, a bench left waiting beside a tree. In one garden, a swing hangs still from a branch, its seat slightly tilted as though someone only just left it. The air carries the faintest scent of blossoms, mingling with the cool freshness of the night. It's a fleeting detail, but it clings to you, a reminder that even in darkness, beauty waits quietly. Beyond the hamlet, the land opens once again, wide and still, before the train approaches another sleeping town. This one is larger, with tall chimneys and clustered streets. A bridge spans over the tracks as you draw near, lanterns hung evenly along its length. Their light falls like golden threads onto the roofs below, weaving the town into a glowing tapestry. As the train rolls under the bridge, the lamps cast shadows that dance across the carriage, stretching and shrinking with each flicker. The heart of this town is marked by a clock tower. Its face glows faintly in the moonlight, its hands pointing silently onward, keeping time for all who rest within its borders. The chimes are silent, as if holding their breath, waiting for morning to ring again. Around the base of the tower, cobbled streets spiral outward, lined with houses, shops, and inns. Each building seems to lean slightly toward the next, their roofs and chimneys huddled together as though sharing the night's embrace. You catch a glimpse of a bakery, its window left open just a crack. The smell of bread drifts faintly into the night, comforting and warm, as if the day's work still lingers. A cat sits on the windowsill, grooming itself lazily before curling into a ball. The scene is fleeting, but it carries with it the softness of home, an intimacy that reaches you even as the train carries you onward. The tracks curve through the heart of the town, close enough that you can glimpse narrow alleys and winding staircases. A fountain rests in a small square, its water frozen mid-motion in the chill, moonlight turning the droplets into pearls. A row of trees lines the square, their branches swaying gently as though waving farewell to the passing train. Soon the town fades, its glow dissolving into the darkness behind you. The fields return, wide and open, dotted with barns and scattered lights. The countryside seems to breathe again, filling the space between towns with its vast, steady rhythm. Crickets sing faintly, their chorus a soft backdrop to the train's hum. The night air feels cooler here, sharper, as though you climbed subtly higher into the hills. Another village waits ahead, this one resting on a gentle slope. Its houses are small and close together, their chimneys smoking faintly against the stars. A wooden fence circles its outskirts, enclosing a pasture where a few horses graze lazily under the moonlight. The sight is serene, timeless, as though the village could sleep forever in the safety of its hills. The train glides slowly past, its wheels softer now, its motion quieter. It feels almost as though the train, too, is respecting the slumber of the town, lowering its voice, tucking itself into the stillness of the night. Windows glow here and there, lanterns hang on posts, but everything is softened, blurred, held gently within the folds of the dark. As the train leaves the slope behind, you notice how the stars seem sharper now, brighter against the vast, open sky. The land is wider here, the silence deeper, as though the world itself is drifting into a deeper sleep. And still, the train carries you forward through towns and villages, each one a stepping stone across the river of night. The hills grow taller as the train winds deeper into the countryside, and the towns become fewer, scattered like quiet islands of light in a sea of darkness. Each time the tracks bend, another sleepy street or lantern glow appears in the distance, only to drift away again, swallowed by the night. A cluster of farmhouses rests at the bottom of a valley, their roofs huddled close together like a family curled under one blanket. Lanterns burn faintly in the windows, casting a warm, golden haze across the fields. You catch the faint outlines of haystacks and wooden wagons, a windmill standing still against the sky. The air here feels denser, filled with the smell of earth and grass, the quiet hum of nocturnal life. Even from a distance, the farm radiates a sense of calm, of lives gently folded into the rhythm of the land. The train crosses a narrow stone bridge that spans a brook, glimmering in the moonlight. The sound of rushing water rises briefly, brushing against the quiet before fading as quickly as it came. On the far side of the bridge, you glimpse another village, smaller still, but rich with detail. A row of houses leans toward the brook, their windows reflecting the silver light like tiny mirrors. A blacksmith's shop stands nearby, its tools neatly arranged by the door, the anvil waiting in silence for morning's return. Beyond the village, the tracks climb higher. The view widens, and suddenly, the countryside unfurls before you, like a quilt, stitched with patches of fields, rivers, and clustered lights. The scattered towns look like constellations upon the earth, their lanterns echoing the stars above. It feels for a moment as if you are floating between two skies, one above, infinite and vast, and one below, dotted with the dreams of sleeping villages. The train winds past another town, this one perched on a ridge, Its streets curve upward, lined with staircases that climb steeply between houses. A church sits at the highest point, its steeple pointing skyward, bells silent, as though guarding the village's dream. The windows along the ridge glimmer faintly, like candles placed to guide travelers home. As you pass, a lone figure crosses the street, their lantern bobbing gently with each step. Perhaps they are returning late from a visit, or walking toward the quiet warmth of their home. Their light joins the glow of the town before slipping back into the folds of the night. Soon the ridge falls away, and the train glides into a stretch of countryside so wide and still it feels untouched. A few scattered cottages appear here and there, their chimneys curling faint smoke into the night. One cottage has a light burning steadily in its window, and you wonder who might be awake at such an hour. Perhaps a baker preparing for dawn, or a shepherd keeping watch. The sight lingers, a reminder that, even while most of the world rests, someone tends to the quiet hours. The train curves again, following the bend of the land, and another town reveals itself in the distance. This one feels larger, sturdier, with tall stone walls marking its edge. Lanterns line the streets, their glow spilling across cobblestones that glisten faintly under the moon. The train slows slightly as it passes, its wheels echoing softly against the walls. Within, you glimpse rows of houses with tiled roofs, narrow alleys that twist and wind, and the faint glow of a tavern window. The whole town feels hushed, wrapped in a silence so deep it seems to breathe in time with the stars. You pass a marketplace, its stalls closed and covered for the night. Wooden carts stand idle, baskets stacked neatly, goods tucked safely away. A fountain rests in the center, its water still, reflecting the lantern glow in fractured pieces. A single dog trots across the square, nose lowered to the ground before curling beside a stall to sleep. The scene feels timeless, as though it has repeated countless nights before and will again, an unbroken cycle of quiet. Beyond the walls, the countryside stretches out once more. A scattering of lights marks another hamlet, smaller, softer, with gardens spilling down to the tracks. A row of apple trees lines the path, their branches bowing under the weight of fruit, though most have fallen now, resting in the grass. The scent of apples lingers faintly, sweet and earthy, blending with the cool air. The train passes so close you could almost reach out and touch the orchard, but it slips by too quickly, leaving only the memory of sweetness behind. The tracks tilt slightly downward, and soon a wide plain opens before you. In the middle of the plain lies another town, glowing faintly like an ember in the dark. Its streets spread outward in neat lines, lanterns marking the corners like stars drawn carefully in place. The train hums softly as it approaches, its wheels steady, its motion calm, as if honoring the stillness of the town before it. The plain town drifts quietly behind as the train rolls on, the rhythm of its wheels steady and sure. One by one the lanterns fade, replaced again by open fields where moonlight reigns. The stars above shine brighter now, as though guiding the journey forward, and the night feels endlessly deep, yet endlessly gentle. You rest into the motion, into the steady lull that has carried you across rivers, through forests, and past the tender glow of sleeping towns. Each glimpse of life, each warm window, each quiet garden has been like a heartbeat in the night, a reminder that the world is vast, yet stitched together with quiet moments of comfort. As the train presses onward, you find yourself floating in that calm rhythm where time no longer matters. The countryside sleeps, the stars keep watch, and the midnight train carries you deeper into peace. Its hum becomes your lullaby, steady and soft, guiding you gently into rest. until dreams themselves take over the journey. And with that, the sleep hours wish you all a good night's sleep.